Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, doing some tightening up of the new input system. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. That's Swizz UK and Bomber Yes. Rhyme261 is here, as well as Pakowski. Welcome, Pakowski. Big thanks also to Yakas for the most recent follow and Hushmet Kim the Key for the most recent subscription. Big thanks to anyone watching on YouTube, and that's going to round us out for the intro. Today, as I mentioned, working on input stuff. Yesterday, we devised a new layout and sort of procedure for our input system. And it's... When all is said and done, it's not super different from the other one. It's like in terms of under the hood, it's different. But in terms of the player-facing side, it's not super different. I'm mostly just making sure that it is functional. And there are certain things about it that I didn't really like before. Just in terms of its limitations. We didn't have any kind of like presets that would allow for people who have different tastes to, play the game the way they want to. And we also didn't have the option to bind different buttons for things like the jump key versus the submit button. Those were the same button. So more broadly, this is actually a sort of change towards using Rewired a little bit more the way it was intended to. In the past, I had used the basic Unity input system and then kind of shoehorned Rewired on top of that. So a lot of the architecture of how input was handled in my game was built on still the old Unity input system. Even if I was using Rewired, I wasn't using it the way it wanted to be used. I was using it just as a surrogate for the old Unity input system. So this version is a little bit more, it's more faithful to how it works in Rewired, which means we get more power. We can do more interesting things with it. I have this, it's not quite working yet, but the layout's done. The components for showing the keys relative to the inputs or the bindings are there, they work. So I'm just working on the actual menu itself. This should be a fairly simple swap out of the old system to the new one, and it probably shouldn't take more than the day. It should take less than today, actually, if I'm really quick about it. What else have I been doing? Last night, I've been working on the new poster. Getting closer. We have one more character to put in here. And I've done some versions, but I'm not super happy with either of them. And then I can work on the right side. I think it's looking pretty good. I really like how Kerr is coming along. He's so cool. He's like, what's his name? Chris Pratt. He's so cool. So, yeah, it's coming along pretty well. A little bit of, I still want to do something with Armin's skin color. I don't know why the tone's not quite right to me. It's a bit flat, I think, but we'll get there. I'm liking it. I'm just, while I'm watching TV at night, I'm just doing little bits here and there, just ticking away at it. And yeah. I think, I mean, not in a major way. I've been sort of tinkering, but yeah, roughed up the hair a little bit. I sort of played around with a fair bit of it. Little bits and pieces everywhere. I've gotten slight updates. The lighting here got changed. I added Kerr, gave some definition to his hand and his shoulders. Everything's just like slowly refining. Worked on Rekka a little bit. Everything got a bit of an update. I'm going to also do like a layer afterward of noise, I think, to give it a bit more grain. I think it's a little bit smooth at the moment, but anyway, that's not for today. So what I want to do is I want to have multiple maps for the, like, as presets here in here. And what I don't understand yet how to do is in Rewired, we have, if I go to the input manager and launch it, we have these keyboard layouts and keyboard maps. So it's not a layout, it's technically a map. And I don't know what the difference between this and this is. Categories, maps. This is maps plural. What is layout? Is a layout a map? Edit layouts. Those keyboard layouts. But maybe layouts are the maps. I'm so confused. Edit categories. No, these are the maps. So if I add a category, we could call that default or retro. And then this one is going to be FPS. And then I don't know what key is and tag is, but anyway. And then the next one is going to be called modern. And that one's going to go second. Default modern FPS. Okay, well, I'll change those around. FPS, FPS. This is modern. Modern. And then I want to push this one down so the index is correct. Okay. Yeah, I'll work it out. So if I go to keyboard maps and then go modern, yeah. So now we create a map for this layout. That's not correct. But anyway, create map. So default create map FPS. So the layout is the same, surely. And these are categories. I don't really know the difference between a category and a layout. Let's ask. What is the difference between a rewired category and category, layout, and map when talking about keyboard bindings? How do I ask it? No. Then why is there a layout menu and a map menu for keyboards? Oh, I see. Well, there's only one map. Oh, I see now. Yep. This goes away. Wait, what the hell did I do? Wait, did I not? Oh, but I have map categories. Then how does map category come into it? Dude, I gotta check the official documentation. This is just like insane. Map categories are the first level of categorization of controller maps. Each controller map belongs to one category and one layout. The combination of the two serves to identify the controller map when selecting a controller map in the Rewired editor or from the API. Unlike layouts, all types of controller maps share the same type of map categories. Set of map categories. Bro, you're killing me. You're killing me with this. The map categories allows you to create map categories. Okay, map categories are the first level of categorization of controller maps. Each map belongs to one category. We already looked at this, right? Wait a second. This links to itself. Okay. Layouts are the second level of categorization. Each controller map belongs to one map category and one layout. The combination of the two serves to identify. Layouts are specific to each controller type and not shared by all controller types as categories are. A layout simply provides a way to retrieve a particular controller map in a particular map category. All modification, enabling, disabling, and other processes are done on the controller map, not the layout. A layout would be to have alternate map layouts for a controller. For example, you may have predefined alternate controls such as default, inverted, lefty, classic. These are layouts. Okay, that's what I want to do. I want different layouts here, not different map categories. So I'm going to delete that. And I want to delete that. And on the keyboard layouts, I want to add two new ones. And this one's going to be called, this one is called retro. This one is called modern. And this one is called FPS. Okay, and then in maps, on the default category, we have default, modern, and FPS. Cool. So now we create a map for this, we create a map for that. And then we can just set these up the way that we want. In fact, I think I want to copy this to modern, replace, and then copy it to FPS and replace. Now they are all the same. This isn't for consoles, this is actually this is for keyboard. So on modern, up, down, left, right becomes this is hard. W, S, that, and then abilities is Q. Oh, I actually don't know what people would want to do with this. I know they want to use WASD to run around. They probably want to use space to jump. Maybe like jump, attack, roll, LJK. User testing time. I mean, you got to have your hands somewhere else. So like L. No, but you need IJKL that way as well. Abilities can be shift. Or Q. Yeah, I'm going to need multiple bindings for this though. This is where it becomes a bit awkward, but not a big deal. Because it doesn't make sense. The gameplay doesn't make sense with this layout. I know what I'll just do it. I'll do it like the way that people who want to play on an FPS want to do it. So it's like WASD, up, down, left, right. Return, start, escape, start. That's fine. Right, shift is select. That's all the same. And then menu. This becomes one. No, it becomes Why would we use tab? I don't have like an inventory button. I'm not playing. It's not Counter-Strike. It's not Escape from Tarkov. There's no quick button for inventory. There's just pause, which opens the menu. That's already the enter key or escape. So I want this at the top, up, down, left, right. Up, down, left, right. Up, down, left, right. Jump, attack, roll, ability, special, rations. Yeah. Up, down, left, right. Jump, attack, control, ability, special, rations. Okay. I wish I could do this the other way around. Right now, what it does is it's all the buttons by action. I wish it was all the actions by button. But it's fine. So modern, let's copy this over to FPS as well. Wait, what? Yes, yes, copy to FPS. So, for those of you, does anyone here play the game on keyboard with rebound keys? It doesn't really matter here how this is working. And how do you do it? Do you, and of you two, do you use WASD? This is for the WASD default binding. Okay, so let's do a little check here. I was literally about to ask, how do you spell QWERTY? All right. So, that looks gross. All right. So, let me know how you think about this. I'm guessing this is what you want, and you tell me if it's right or not. You probably want jump here. You want up. Maybe you would have this for ability, like target. I could also see this as jump and this as interact, but rations. And then over here, you've got attack, roll, or actually this would be like another jump. Attack, roll, and then this is special. This is interact. Then you would, this is select or map. This opens menu. So does escape. Yeah, mouse is next. We're going to do that as a separate layout. Does this look like what you do? The problem is that the reason why I always seem to be at odds with you guys is because you're coming from a game that's not even close to how Insignia works. So the problem with Insignia is these colors, they relate to somewhere on the keyboard, you would need something in like a formation that looks like that. That's the issue. Like in the game, there is a pattern that looks like this, that everywhere in the game, this is an important relationship. And this is, and the way that it's like laid out is, where is it? I've got it written somewhere. Yeah, it's basically this, right? And this is, these are also bound to jump. Let's just get rid of these ones. Okay, this is bound to the jump key. This is bound to the attack key. This is bound to the roll, run key. And this is bound to the interact key. So the point is, these, it's important that these are in this orientation somewhere on the keyboard. You could probably, I mean, if you really wanted, you could have them listed as like 1, 2, 3, 4 or something like that. But it's a different game if you don't have to... I mean, I could probably do it, I guess. It's just such a different game if you don't have to hold a button like shift while pressing a button in this diamond formation. It's almost like a different accessibility thing to do it that way. But anyway, so that's what this is supposed to be. This, if you move these up a little bit, become that diamond. Right, they become this. That's what I'm trying to do. And then I'm just giving you an alt jump button because you want to press that for jump. And like, I'll give you this as an alternate target button because you might want to press shift attack to do the attack magic. But someone said they wanted this as run. So like this could be sprint 2, which is roll. You can have 2 different keys to a single... When you say 2 different presses, there are actions in Insignia, and then there are for the abilities. Abilities are not buttons in the game. Abilities aren't even actions. Actions are things that map to these buttons. Like, these are the actions in the game. It's possible that we could have like an action for like to do an ability, but it doesn't work that way in the game because the whole, like in Insignia, for example, to cast the charge ability, you hold L1 and then you press square, and that holding L1 brings up targeting. So there are some abilities that are going to be targeted. So making sure that you are holding L1 before you press square is there because for some abilities, you'll need to press left or right while in that L1 before you press your square or jump or whatever. So the point is, this is one of those contexts where unfortunately the players don't know what's best because they don't know what the game's going to ask of them. So like someone might say, well, I might want my 4 abilities on 1, 2, 3, 4. But it's like, that will mean that in chapter 3, you won't be able to use one of the abilities correctly. So I can't just ask you what you would do because you don't know what the game's going to do. So with that said, I'm not gonna allow you to change how many buttons needs to be pressed in order to do an action. I'm just gonna let you choose which buttons you want to press to do the action. I'm also gonna allow you to double bind. You can have 2 jump buttons, but you can't have press 2 buttons to jump at the same time, or hold this and then do this to do that action. No, it's not 3 button presses at once. It's just that when you target in the game, you have a target and you might want to change that target before you commit. You don't have to press the directional button, but by holding the target button, I'm like putting the player in a position where now is your chance to retarget who you want to attack. Does that make sense? It doesn't matter. I don't want to discuss the philosophy of how it works. The point is, to do magic in the game, it's 2 buttons. That's it. You hold, it's like in Kingdom Hearts. In Kingdom Hearts, to do magic, it's L1 triangle to do, you can map it yourself, to do cure, or to use a potion. L1 triangle, L1 square. That's just how magic works. In Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake, it's L1 X, L1 square. But you can't use, and this is the other thing, you can't move while you're holding target. That's the other thing that's important about this. By design, you can't, I suppose it is hard to press Q and A and D if A and D are going to change who you're targeting. So yeah, I would really want target on like control even, because that's like a modifier key. That makes sense. But then Q feels like it needs something. I mean, I could have interact on Q as well if you want to talk to people. Q or F. You're walking around, you press Q to talk to someone. Shift works as well. Rations or inventory. Well, the other thing is that rations, you also need to be... this also doesn't work. Because when in the rations menu, you press left and right while in the rations menu to cycle through the options. So that doesn't even work. Rations has to be like over here. So does interact. Or somewhere around there. Hang on. Let me think about this. I like Q to interact, that's fine. And I to interact is also fine. Double binding it's no big deal. In fact, do you know what? We're actually so close to just having like a bunch of, like we could just have this as one map. Oh no, you can't, because I've got ZXC and S in the other menu. So it's fine. Rations probably needs to be over here. You press O, you press left, right, and then K. That's fine. Or jump even. Well, it's both. You could do whichever one you want. Tapping E? No. So rations is a menu in this game. It's like in... Oh my goodness. Making life hard for ourselves here, trying to explain. It makes so much sense on a controller, which the game is designed for. Okay. Let me show you. This is the rations menu. You bring it up by pressing R1. Then you cycle through, or you just press jump. While holding R1, you press jump to E. So you can cycle, jump. So that's how it works. And I'm happy with that. Like, it's fine. And then this is the target menu. It works the same way. So R1, cycle. L1, cycle. You can't really see it working right now because it needs a bit of a design revision. But if I hold this, you can see the cycling happening while I'm pressing right. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Sorry. right. Left. I'm confusing myself. So you can target different things by holding L1. So there'll be enemies in the game, there'll be abilities in the game that it matters who you're targeting. Like I've got one planned where you press L1, you target someone, you press square and you charge at them. So if I'm trying to charge at this, I have to have it targeted to charge at it. Otherwise I'm going to be moving in a different direction. So it's a lock on, right? You lock on and then you use the magic that you want to use. That's why that's on L1. Now, ordinarily, for the base abilities in the game, it doesn't matter. You know, it's fine because they're not targeted, but some abilities will be targeted. It does target the closest enemy automatically. That's how it works when you press the button. Like, by default, the closest enemy becomes your target. But you still need to be able to retarget. Like, you wouldn't want to be locked and forced onto targeting the closest enemy. I've already thought about all this stuff. The game's 9 years in development. So, coming back to here, you need to be able to bring up the rations and to bring up target while also being able to do left and right and also one of these options. That just needs to be possible because that's what it's like on the controller. So shift to run is fine. I don't mind having double tap to run. I'm okay with that. I've had it in the game before. I can add it back in. But shift feels right for roll and run. Is there a reason you'd ever want to walk? Yeah. Precision movement or any kind of like... There are times in the game where I don't want to discuss this. I know people have suggested, hey, what if I just want to run everywhere? What if I want to toggle the run? No. I don't want you to do that. I want there to be a normal... I have 3 movement speeds in this game. And that's the way I want it for reasons that are varied and aren't going away. What about accessibility? For accessibility, the thing is, it's an action game. There are certain things that I can have toggling as an accessibility option, but it's not an option that everybody can have. It's not like a different way of playing the game that's supported. It's like you literally can't play the game any other way. So I give you this option as a compromise. But the game is an action game, and the ability to press different buttons at the same time, like, that's necessary. Does the game get meaningfully harder by having to hold sprint? It's not about difficulty. It's about player control. The game becomes much more complicated if sprint is toggled. And if sprint's on all the time, I can there can be an option in the accessibility settings to have auto run all the time. And maybe somebody might choose to do that. Hey, is there a demo on Steam? There is a demo on Steam, but it's currently open it's a playtest demo and it's open for signups. But there's also a demo that's on itch that is the same demo, but one version back. And that version you can play right now. Like, in every single Mario game, you have to hold the run button to sprint. And those are platformers. Sometimes you want to be able to nudge, and not sprint. You know what I mean? And sometimes you want to be able to do a jump that's not a sprint jump. Like, there are meaningful options. I also for me, it's a game feel thing. Like, if you want to turn the game into a game that's different to how I want it to feel, I want to make that harder for you. I don't want players to impose their expectations on what kind of game it is just because of convenience, for example. Like, it changes how the game feels if the mindset that you're playing the game with is, I just want to get through everything as fast as possible. I don't want to ever have to think about moving slower than the fastest speed. That's just a personal thing. If it's accessibility, I obviously don't have that option. I can't change how the game feels because you don't have the scope of dexterity to engage with the game at the way that I'm trying to ask you to. But for everybody else, yeah, I want you to have to hold the button. I want you to. It's a choice to sprint. Yeah. And I'm okay. Like, I would never deny accessibility settings unless accessibility settings sold a promise of the game that actually the game couldn't deliver on. Like, if I made it so that you could, if I was like, oh, the game supports all of these things, and then you play the game, and then with all those things turned on, it's unplayable. Like, it just doesn't make the game. There's either something breaks or it's like 3 times harder to play the game than it otherwise would be. I would almost prefer to say, hey, maybe this game isn't for you, or maybe like it's your, like, if someone was had such a mobility, was so mobility impaired that it took them 1 second to press every button. The combat doesn't work if you can only press 1 button per second. I can't make the game different. Like, I could slow the time scale down so you're playing the game in slow motion, but is that an experience you want? Like, it's... Yeah. Like, are you going to play the game at 25% speed? Anyway, we always seem to get caught up in this conversation. I wish I could group these. It's so hard to look at them. Yeah. I mean, feet can be pretty dexterous, but there are some things where like people literally can't. Like, if you don't have hands, you know, if you have just your wrist, for example, and you're trying to play the game with what would be the heel of your palm, like some people can't hold a button. If you only have one hand, holding buttons while pressing other buttons isn't something you can do, but I can't. Yeah. Anyway, I want to support people to play the game the way they want to play it, but I also have a vision for how I want the game to feel. And so there's obviously a negotiation there that where I can support it, I will, but it's hard. Okay. So up, down, left, right, jump, attack, roll, abilities, Russians, up, down, left, right. Okay, this is modern now we're looking at. WASD, space, and then I would add like another one that's like K. And K is also going to be jump. So 2 different jump buttons. And then what else did I say? Attack, roll, run. So this becomes J. Roll becomes L. And then special becomes I. And then abilities becomes control. And then rations was going to be O. Okay. Return, escape, yep. Right shift, yep. And also map. M. Did I do that on this one too? Yeah. JKLI. KJLI. Yeah. Okay. And then I basically want to copy this to FPS one more time. And I don't know how people do this. If I pulp for key press and then can I press mouse button? No. So how do I actually need to enable the mouse map on top of this. So then FPS isn't really a map, is it? Well, let's just save this for now. The point is not to get these right. The point is to design. The point is to be able to load them up. Okay, so those were keyboard layouts. And unfortunately for us, when I go to, oh, actually, hang on a second. Rewired. Let's check this really quickly. When I go to mouse maps, oh man, that's terrible. So mouse layouts and mouse maps are adjacent to keyboard layouts and keyboard maps, but they're not the same. So I would have to say, hey, your keyboard layout is blah, but your mouse layout is blah. That's dumb. Why not just have control layouts? That's so silly. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. It also means like bringing mice into this conversation changes so much. Because it means that my underlying logic, where I'm talking about key maps, what I really mean is like control maps. And when I say key binding, I mean control binding. Do I have accessibility for no-handers? Hey, a happy uterus. I'm planning to do accessibility settings, but I can't make any promises. No hands is tough. It is an action game, and there's a little bit of difficulty trying to get everything to make sense, let alone, you know, for people who have severe, like mobility issues. Or not mobility, but you know what I mean. For people without hands. But I think it would be possible. I don't know how you normally play games. There's key bindings, so if you have an option where you can use your hands and feet to play games, maybe the key bindings are enough. Hey Mohammed, how's it going? Yeah, my priority is just like finishing the game first. Like if the game if I can get the game funded and finished, I will devote whatever energy I have within that space to make sure that as many people can play it as possible. I just need to be able to like make the thing first. All right. So how would I swap layouts? How did I come up with the story? Over time, but mostly early. What's my AI stack look like? I just have VS Code, and sometimes I ask Copilot questions. I don't really have a stack. I make the game myself. What is rule sets? Each player has its own layout manager that can be used to manage the controller maps for that player. The layout manager contains a list of rule sets. Am I crazy? How many new ideas have to be introduced into this? Layout manager? Rule sets? How do I undo what I just did? Use a data store, add a rule set. Oh my gosh. It's a little bit overwhelming. Starting rules. So what is a rule set? Each rule is evaluated in order. For the specified controllers, load controller maps in the specified map categories and the specified layout. Unloading controller maps in the specified map categories, but not in the specified layout. Chat. I'm losing my mind trying to read this. What the hell? Can't I just say use this map? Look at the tips. This is how you know what you built is not right. If you have 20 tips on how to use it. Can I avoid rules? Yeah. This is how you know that this documentation was written by a developer. The whole solution was built by developers. I'm trying to not have layout rules. I don't think I want layout manager. Or load from data store. I don't think I want any of that. No, this is not input manager. This is Rewired. Wait, so if I add a map. Oh, I see. Hang on a second. So then there are multiple keyboard maps and the default layout is default. And then I can add a keyboard map. And that's modern. And then I can add another keyboard map. And that's FPS. So now I have 3 maps. So what is the intended way of selecting between the maps? Dude, gameplay shared infantry? Like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? This is like for games where you have like, you're making like Age of Empires control maps, where like every single building has a control map. That's what this is for. Like the stable has like different QWERTY options than the archery range. That's what this is. I don't need any of that. I don't need any of that. All I need is just the ability to swap layouts based on player preferences. But I feel like these are, it's almost like it's very different to what they are describing. And I don't know what the accepted way to do this use case is. No, well, this is actually how the input system works too, for the most part. It's just that, and I've been using Rewired for many years, I didn't ever went that deep. So I'm just trying to get a little bit deeper than I previously was. And I don't need to learn all this extra middle layer stuff, I'm fairly certain. It's more just that I'm trying to interface or like understand which parts I can ignore and which parts I have to know. Yeah, sometimes, but it's not always right. The more specific the thing you're trying to get help on, the less GPT will know. I mean, I could probably just prompt it and just get something that worked. Okay. All right. What would be the strategy for cycling through the different layouts that it's technically GPT 5.3 codex. Follows away. The thing is, the closer we get, somehow the more resistance there is. Every day we get like 2 follows. All right. Treat each preset as a controller map layout under the same map category. Create all presets in Rewired. Keep an ordered list of their layout IDs. On the next or previous preset, decrement the index. Okay. Okay. What is the... I have the intention of allowing the player to rebind their own inputs such that an entirely new map can be created by the player and saved in JSON. What data type? Is there no data type collection that I can store the presets in, that I can read? controller map. So yeah, this stuff, it scares me and makes me a little bit upset. Because they've like generated the classes as subclasses of the controller maps. But I don't have any idea what to do with these. Like, how am I supposed to read what this is? What is the intention for how it's an abstract class? So is there like a thing that controller map that inherits from controller map that I need to be looking at that's more specific? Like keyboard map? Okay. Maybe that's better. So let's just say for now we have a controller map or a keyboard map. Keyboard map is a sealed class. I don't know what sealed means. I've never seen that before. Anyway, I've also never seen this. That's crazy. I've never seen that as just like a statement. Hey, lunchtime bike ride. So lunchtime, what I'm struggling with is I can imagine, like I know I can set the presets, right? If I go to player one, I can add a keyboard map and I can, I've got a list here and I know I can access them by index. But if I have a player map that's custom and I want to load that in, can I make something of type keyboard map? Can I instantiate this and assign the actions, and like I want to store them in JSON so that the player can have like their own preference, So like, I just find it crazy that there's no interface for this. Maybe there is one and I'm just not seeing it, but like making one of these, it's just a class, but I can't, it's not like is there like a list of actions, a list, action element map? Like there's a lot of depth here. Controller maps can be added, removed, cleared, and reloaded during gameplay via scripting. This can be useful if you want to load the default controller maps as defined in the Rewired editor after having made changes, or to load a controller map in a different layout. Add map, remove maps, clear all maps, clear maps, load default maps, more methods for controller map management. So add map is probably what I want, but I need to create something of type keyboard map. So maybe I need public static. Well, hang on a second. If I go to input, I have my JSON thing here. And these are my configurations that I currently use. And I'm storing this whole thing as a serializable class. Interesting. So then what am I actually storing? We can find out. Input config.json. So jump, attack, roll, special. This isn't accurate anymore because it's going to need to be a list per one of these. So actually what it needs to be is it needs to be a dictionary of action list key code is what we need. Something like this. We will have a pizza party. If we hit 50K today, we'll do a pizza party. I'll order pizza. We'll get some balloons. We'll do it. I'll stop the stream. I won't stop the stream. I'll stop the development for the day. All right, let's have a look here. So maybe it's time to just make this a static class and not try to serialize it. Because I feel like this is like, it's mainly a static class. So it's time to just say like, let's make a new file here called key map. Key map? Wait a second. How am I doing the gamepad? Okay. So going back to our config. Oh, I see. These are the keys. These are the buttons. Okay. Oh, thanks, Deb Donut. Okay. input binding. Okay, so this is a using system, or even just system.serializable input binding. And this has a dictionary of string and then a list of key code called key bindings. And this is serializable dictionary. And I think actually I think we can just do that. Thanks, lunchtime bike ride. Now, the question is it a serializable dictionary, or is it actually just I hard code the actions with a list? It probably doesn't have to be, it should just be like a list or a map. Or even just an array. Public list of string for like jump keys, you know, for each of the keys. I like the dictionary, but it is a little bit awkward. Exactly. Key bindings, new serializable dictionary, string, list of key codes for each, da 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 da. And then it's public. Yeah, exactly. But then why don't I just put, instead of this, why don't I just say input dot button? Why am I storing it as a string? They're already enums. That's what I wanted. So a list of key codes against the button, which is an action, really. They should be called actions. But it is what it is. Okay, so add key binding. It should just be add binding. And then public void add binding. Nah, we'll separate them by name. We could also do something like this where we have two classes where this is T and the T is key code in one and string in the other. That way I don't need to have duplicate adds or removes. In fact, for the gamepad, it's not even a list of strings. It's just a string. Well, why would I want to do that? I want to give players the option here. Do I want to give players the option? Oh, this is so complicated. I guess if you have like... What am I hearing? Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm hearing my can fizzle. No, like, do I want players to be able to, like, if you have some super controller, should you be able to rebind, like, these things on the back, the paddles and stuff, to different buttons? I mean, technically, it'd be nice if you could do that. Because you could, like, jump on this and jump on this. So then this becomes a list of buttons, and it's probably integer, but I don't know why we would store them as strings. How did I do it in JSON? I did it as strings, so that's probably the best way to do it. I mean, it's a low priority feature, no matter what. So for now, we'll just do it this way. It's just whatever. No, it feels wrong to do it this way. Feels like I just want two serializable classes that do this thing. Like, well, even so, I don't even really need add or remove, because they already have add or removes inside of them. They're serializable dictionaries. Dictionaries have add and remove. So you can add, you can remove. Then all we're doing is nothing, I guess. It's just a container class. So assign public void assign from Rewired. Now comes me trying to figure out how to get I'm assuming this has a thing. It should just have a thing called actions, but Really stumping GPT on this one. Add a keyboard map extension that resolves each input button to a rewired action. Then well, I mean, I could do that. Well, I just keep it all in the one class. Well, hang on a second. Let's have a look. Key aliases. String key code. So what do the maps have? For each element map in all maps. What is all maps? Why do I need that? So a keyboard map has maps? This is where I get lost, you know what I mean? Action element maps in this controller map. So it's a list of action element maps. Dude, they need to use the naming conventions in this library are so garbage. So is an action element map, I need to know if it is this an action element map? That's an element. This is the map. That must be it. So when I say all maps, it's just like, it should be called like action. Do you know what I mean? It shouldn't be called action element map. Otherwise the word map doesn't mean anything. Anyway, so for all, this means buttons. This means like buttons, stored actions in the game against which there are key codes. Okay. If element map dot action ID is not action ID, then continue. And action ID here comes from where does action come from? Oh, okay. Get mapping dot get action. What is the difference between rewired and re-input? What is the re-input library? Is this runtime? Yeah, okay, I think that's right. So, what is mapping? Mapping helper. Dude, I hate this stuff. I know how it gets this way, but it's just such a slog to trudge through it. Like, why am I getting an action from a button from this mapping? Like, why does this statically have the ability to grab this? Are all rewired actions unique? You know, like, is this something that I can't even remember if they required that? I guess they did, right? Actions, these just are unique. But if I have categories, right? So the categories must have IDs and the actions have IDs. So I guess I shouldn't. If I say edit categories, can I add a new one? And in this one, if I go back to actions, can I go here and call something jump? Ah, it's called jump zero. So they are unique. Okay, I'm learning. So actions are statically accessible because they're all unique. Which means I can just say, hey, give me this action from the global space, because there's only one string for everything, because you can't have multiple actions with the same name. Okay. So if action is null, return result. For each map in maps, if my action ID equals this one, then continue. That's so weird, dude. What is this? Oh, if it's not, continue. Okay. Yeah, basically, I don't like this, but I understand what they're doing. I could probably... So this does this, and then result is a list of key codes that are mapped to this action. And then this says, I don't know what key aliases is. R. Try and get value. Rewired key name, out key code. Normalized? Dude, what the hell is this? Why would I have to do that? Well, what comes out of key name? Element identifier name. These should be the same. I don't think I want to try to parse anything. The element identifier name is what, this thing? I suppose I don't know. Like up arrow with a capital U, capital A. Because if I go to here and I say button, that's just called up in this world. In this world is the destiny of man defined by some transcendental entity or law. Like the hand of God. How does it go? In this world, is the destiny of mankind controlled by some transcendental entity or law? Is it like the hand of God hovering above? At least it is true that man has no control, even over his own will. Okay, so there's a problem. Wait, no, the actions are fine. So then up arrow like this. Have I tried voice acting? I actually haven't. I'd love to. These are key codes. There has to be a key code, right? There has to be a key code based on this. Like this. How are they getting... Oh, I should have done that. How are they getting the text up arrow? If not from... This must be a key code, right? Maybe it's not guaranteed. And that's probably why we have this extra nonsense. Hey, Cheesecake Cactus, how's it going? All right, let's just do this. Oh, sorry to hear that. It's just like the name of the key versus the key code. Is there even a difference between those two things? You know what I mean? The naming of these things, like the language we use to describe what we're talking about right now, has to be so... have to be so careful. Well, that's called a key code, if it's the actual name we're talking about. Wait. So hang on a second. How does this extensions work? If not... How does this extension... do I not have to do like a... this? How do you extend? This get keys. Oh, this keyboard map. Okay, well that's what I've written. Let's just open up VS Code again. This always happens. Whenever you make a script from inside VS Code, Unity gets all weird about it. No? Okay. What am I doing wrong here? Salut. Keyboard map does not contain addition for get keys. But it does because of my extension. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Do I have to say like the namespace? Yeah. Like that? Did I? That didn't seem to do anything. Honestly, like, I don't even need to do this. This could just be something that I put inside of... First of all, this doesn't need to be here at all. I could just take this, get rid of this thing. Done. Bro, I'm lost. I'm actually lost. Oh my goodness. Nobody's even done clinkers today. Oh, right. I don't want that. Right. I deleted that key aliases. All right. Hey, we got something that actually works. So let's see if I would write this way. Assign keys from Rewired. For each of the buttons, key bindings equals get keys. And this gives me a list of key codes. That's right. And I'll do that clinkers in a little bit. One sec. Assuming that map is not null, we're going to get the keys from the map for this button. And we do that for each of the buttons. Okay. So if we get action, if it's null, return result. For each of them, do this. Key name equals that. Try pass that. Great. Okay. That's how I would write it. But actually, I would say equals equals, and I would do this. All right, let's have a look. You wanted pink, right? The chocolate's brown. It's yellow. Thanks for playing. I need to just make it so that it... Hang on a second. I don't know how to do it in processing. Hey, Bilbo. People guess right, yeah. But it doesn't have a sound file. Wait, there is something called sound file. Import processing sound. What the heck? How come this exists but it doesn't exist? Just have to be at the top, please. That looks right to me. Oh. Nope. Oh, I think I have to go into processing. And I think I have to load the library directly. Tools, sketch, import library, manage libraries, sound. Like that. Wait a second. With clinkers on. Import library, manage libraries, sound. Okay. Well, hang on. Does that work? Yeah, it does. Cool. Well, this should work also. Cool. All right. Well, I don't know why it throws errors. I guess it just doesn't know how to read from the library that was imported. But now it's done. Somebody redeemed another pink. Oh, Saravati. Okay. Sorry. You want pink, right? It's green. It should just do it after 15 seconds. I shouldn't have to click it. So we have to listen to it every single time. All right. Bad luck. Alrighty, so there we go. For every button that there is, parse them in, and then so then this stuff here, this is what I'm a little concerned about, because there's actual references to these. And I might want to get rid of all of them. Like jump key. Okay, no, it's no big deal. And then here, all of this goes away. As does this. As does this. As does this. Gee, I'm laying waste to a lot of code right now. I'm supposed to be getting rid of this. Uh-oh. Yeah. So now we nix the fallbacks here, and we just return. Oh God. Oh damn. In which case, we don't even need this concept of active. Oh, thank you, thank you. I mean, I don't know if it's fun. It's something. I'm trying. All right. So binding, we have a binding now. So then set gamepad buttons should be like config.binding. This was assign binding, assign keys from Rewired, public void set gamepad buttons. Yeah, that's what I want, with a string of buttons. But I don't want them to be a string of buttons like that. Instead, I want to be given a gamepad binding. So this is just going to be that. Which is a serializable dictionary of blah, blah, blah. All right, is there a better way to do this? Probably not. Probably just a dictionary at that point. And then I literally just going to say for each we just say gamepad bindings dot clear, and then we just assign them directly from this. We don't ask if it contains keys. Correct. So now we say, instead of this used buttons thing is a list of strings, but this is expecting an input button. So this should be a list of, this should be a dictionary of input.button string. That is just, I don't know about that. Bit ugly, but whatever. And then used buttons is a dictionary of that. And I mean, I could make this a list of strings. And just add one thing to it. Okay. Hey, Fern the Fairy. It's going okay. I'm kind of waiting on bits and pieces and procrastinating a little bit by updating my input system. But, you know, it's okay. All right, assign keys from Rewired. This should just be assign keys with a key map. And just assign gamepad. Fine, gamepad buttons. Just like that. Okay, so now pretty much there. I mean, I have something that's going to work. But here, when we we're not saving, we save config. We're not really saving the config file. It stopped binding. And then when we load, okay, sure. Yeah, correct. Okay. So, what's the problem now? Oh yeah, all of the other places where this happened. This should be, no, it's what I had before. This should be input dot get down. This I don't like. Okay, what else? 28. What the heck? This is a hack, remove it. I don't know about that, buddy. But it's gone for now. What else do you got for me? Oof. Oof. What is update previous inputs? Wait, where do I use P input? Where do I use these? I just update them, but I don't think I need them. I don't think this is nice at all. Get out of here. You don't deserve to be here. Oh my gosh, really? Why are these here? These should be player inputs. Yeah, this is not where this lives. I get why it's here. It's just that it can't live here. All right. Gosh, we're really throwing over the mattress on this one. We're flipping the table. So this get down. Can we not do get button down on this? Why can we not do that? Why can we not do that? In fact, it's the same thing here. It does assume that we know what this button is, but since we have to pass in a button, it's an enum anyway, so we can't get it wrong. Why would I not trust Rewired's version of this? That just became a lot smaller. Only 13 left. Oh, this is all going to go away anyway. A bender? Is that what you call that? That's a bender? There have been periods where I've worked on other games. Does this work? Wow. How does the game still work after I gutted all that code? Looks just fine. I just lobotomized the input system and it works, I think, exactly the same. I fully expected that not to work at all. Okay. Sure. Jeez Louise. I can't believe this works. Yo, 13 follows left for 50k. Guys, I'm hungry for that pizza. Anyone watching who's not following? I suppose it'd be pretty rare at this point. Like all the people who would be watching the stream are probably watching it. You know what I mean? Who haven't followed? Whoa. Thanks for the follow. One step closer. 12. 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. When someone follows. 11, 11. All right. I can make 12 new Twitch accounts. Don't do that. Don't inflate the numbers. Don't cook the books. So, I guess if we really want to force this, what I should do is go into the engine, go into the keyboard wizard. That's like from 1997. It's the wizard. And then go keyboard, key bind menu, and replace it with that one. Literally delete this guy. And then go, I'm watching Game of Thrones at the moment, and I didn't realize that for like the first 2 seasons, the guy who plays the Mountain is just a different guy. Like I knew that in the first episode, he was a different guy to like the last episode. But like, I didn't realize for like the season 2, there's a guy who's, Gregor Clegane or whatever his name is, who's just, he's got lines and everything. I didn't realize that was supposed to be the Mountain. I just thought it was like one of the Lannister guards. He's just like a guy walking around Harrenhal, doing stuff and talking to people. And that's the Mountain? Because the Mountain in my brain is the guy who, in like this, against Oberyn Martell. They recast a few actors in the show, but that one in particular, I didn't even realize that was supposed to be the same guy. Talking about Game of Thrones. Okay, canvas. Settings menu, canvas, settings logic, landing, control settings, keyboard, UI focus. And this will thanks for the follow. Are we gonna make it? 11 left. Okay, so God, I hate that I did this. But anyway, so when we press forward on this button, that needs to call like open on this. Which is key bindings menu, game object. I guess we could set active to true on the key bindings menu. And then the key bindings menu, I suppose we could just turn it off here. The strategy that I took for this is terrible, but it was a strategy that I created in 2017. So go easy on me. Okay, well, damn, that's pretty good. And then on enable, we want to say menu dot set act. How does this work? Like Menu dot open menu. But we could do that. That will work. Which should be part of open. And then does this ask for a focus? No. Just do that for the sake of it. Bing, bing, bing. And then it went, hey, I don't know what that is. So what's the problem here? It doesn't have a focus. So we go here, double click, save, save, save. And we have nothing here. Okay, so the first focus here is going to be the pagination. And then pressing down from pagination is going to say menu controller, set focus to left side group. Nope. Okay. Set focus to the very first thing inside of this group. So down from here is going to go there. And then every other one, so every group, this, the directional buttons, up, down, left, and right, they should auto do this thing that I'm about to describe, but it's okay. So pass yourself through all of these. I shouldn't do this. This is a really bad way of doing it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Actually, I could just do this. Wait, I wonder if I could do that for all of them. Ding, 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 ding. Ding. Did that work? Action, action. No, it doesn't work. Okay, so this needs to go like that, like that, like that, like that. And this needs to be nearest up. Nearest down. Nearest left. Nearest right. I think that's what I want to do for all of them. Up. Wait a second. Up, down, left, right. Okay. The names of the functions are in a different order than the way they are in here. Bing, 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 bing. Up, down, left, right. Bing, 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 bing. And actually, they should be in 2 groups. It's not great that I did them in 4, but whatever. We'll see how this works. Up, down, left, right. Okay. And then from the footer, up goes to nearest up. But actually, hang on a second. Focus nearest up. looks for what? Just children? Oof. So not really what I had expected. Wow, I made this so complicated. Golly me. How do you manage to stay motivated or disciplined during all of the boring finishing work when it comes to completing a game? I try not to use passion to fuel discipline. Instead, I try to use the anticipation of being finished to fuel discipline. And the only way that works is if you can define finished every single day. So there's actually a third thing. So there's like, passion is like, I want to express myself. I want to feel free by doing this new thing. Usually that's what passion feels like. And then when you don't feel like you're doing anything new, you get bored. Then there's like, I have this thing and I want it to be finished. And that's like putting yourself aside for something that you love. That's like self-sacrifice. I don't think that's great either, because you get burnout from that too eventually. Then there's like, I can define small goals and make sure I resolve one of those every day, right? I can feel productive. If I value myself based on feeling productive, as long as I define things that can be done every day, then at the end of the day, when I've done the things, I feel like my motivation was warranted, right? Because I said I would do X, Y, Z, I did X, Y, Z, go me. There's one more, which can sometimes be valuable, which is like procrastinate. And by procrastinate, I mean zone into the work. Like, don't even think about the work as something that's like, I need to get this done. It's more just like, I'm watching myself do it, and there is no need, there is no want. I'm just doing it. I don't have to convince myself to do it because I'm watching myself do it. I'm like just allowing it to show me what it wants to do and not worrying too much about my objectives. That's hard. And it's kind of like meditation or distraction. I don't really know. And you can't use it forever, but it can be valuable sometimes. And actually, I did a bit of psychology work a few years ago. And the way that the psychologist described, like we were doing parts analysis, there's this concept called IFS, which is like internal family system or whatever. And the idea is that every person, you have multiple parts inside of you. And those parts represent needs that you have and modes that you go into in order to serve those needs. And your consciousness is kind of compartmentalized basically by these behaviors that live in these different branches of needs. So like, if you're a father to a child, there's a bunch of behavior that you've got, that you've cultivated or that you use in order to interact with that child. But those would be different from when you're playing football and you're interacting with your teammates. The you that you are is sort of different in that context. So we do compartmentalize, and those things that I described, those like coping mechanisms of like, how do you get through a day? There are actually, the way I see it, and I guess the way that the psychologist would see it, is like, there are different atoms trying to get different things out of his work. One of them has like the dream of being a game developer and like achieving his childhood dream. That person, the one who's like needs to be seen as a game developer or whatever, he's not the guy who can get this work done every day. He's great for like coming back from a break and like leaping back into game dev, but like he doesn't have the emotional stamina. He doesn't have reasons to sit here and do boring work every day. Like, intellectually, logically, yes, it's all me and I have to do all the work. but like the emotional part that's pushing me to do the work is not the part that enjoys doing that work, right? It's like a different thing. Just because I know it needs to get done doesn't mean that the part of me that enjoys the idea of being a game developer likes to do it. But there is a part of me that's like a bit of an engineer that actually likes to put things together. Like, it's like I like to do Lego. This feels like Lego to me. So like just plugging stuff in and like, you know, feeling the slow progress of building something. That's a different motivation. And I'm channeling that today. You know, I'm not trying to satisfy my dreams today. I'm just channeling the part of me that likes to tinker, you know? And broader than that, the aspect of this whole construction that's really important is when you're starting to feel burnout. I think what burnout is a part of you whose expectations are not being met by your daily behavior. So I can tune in to my tinkering engineer part every day, but if 6 months of tinkering goes by, the part of me who wants to be a game dev really bad and release my game and share my story with the world, that part starts going like, hey, I'm not getting what I need out of this thing. Like I need to feel progress here and I'm not feeling it. And if I'm ignoring that part, that's when you start feeling that emotional tension and like friction, because somewhere in the back of your mind, you wake up and you go, I don't want to do this again. I'm tired of this. It's like the part of me that tinkers with stuff never gets tired, but I'm more than that, right? I can't just tinker for my whole life. And there are the anxieties that you feel every day that's different parts of you voicing their needs. Like I need financial security. I need a future. I need to be able to take care of kids one day and provide for them and all of that. The part of me that tinkers doing the same thing in the same routine every single day, if I need to change in order to course correct, that part's not going to get those other parts satisfied. So they're going to start getting angry. They're going to go, hey, like, yo, we need to do other things because we're not getting our needs met. So I think that like internal conflict is when you start feeling demotivated. So it's about understanding like what is this to me? What parts of me can I use to get through it? And does getting through it the way that I'm doing right now satisfy the different needs that I have? Oh, thank you so much. Yo, we're like 10 away now. We're so close to 50K. Thank you so much, Ian. Yeah, like I struggle with this stuff immensely. Like I'm not kidding. Genuinely every single day, like there are parts of my day where I think to myself like, do I have to drastically change what I'm doing or do I have to just keep pushing ahead? And there are parts that can't, like children, they can't understand the self-sacrifice, or they won't tolerate it. You know, like if you have a kid and the kid wants attention, they want to play with you, and you say, I can't play with you because I have a job to do. Like you child needs shelter and food, and I'm the one who needs to get it to you, and that's more important than playing with you right now, so we can't play right now. Like logically that might make sense, but the child can't understand that. So by that same token, like the parts of me that like logically for me in my path right now, I should just finish the game. Just keep working on the game, finish the game. That's where I've worked up towards. That's what I want to do. There's a part of me that's like, I don't want to work on this game anymore. I want to work on a smaller game and finish it and feel good about that one. I don't want to slog through, you know, all of this stuff. This isn't the stuff that I signed up for. I don't even know if this leads to the self-satisfaction and success that I've visualized when I started this journey. And there's so much pressure and blah, blah, blah. that part of me that just wants to like explore new creative worlds and make new things and be part of a community of game developers, he doesn't. I have to argue with him, you know, a lot of the time, because he's not motivated by this. But also you can't ignore him. You can't ignore the part of you that wants to explore and make new things and be creative and express themselves. And in fact, you have a responsibility to that part. This is the most important thing, I think, is that none of the parts are good or bad. The parts are needs that you have. You feel the feelings because that's who you are. So it's not about me saying, no, creative Adam, you can't have fun doing new things. It's about mediating, like, what do you need and how do I express compassion for the parts of me that have those needs? How do I manage that stuff? And sometimes you do have to have like a all hands meeting with yourself and say, hang on a sec, is this working out for everyone? Like all of the me's, all of the needs that I have, is this working out, or do I need to change something? It can be hard. Yeah, fear of rejection is major. It's major. There's a part of me does this because of this is how I connect with people. And that part's really scared of the idea that the game actually will do the opposite. Like, if the last 10 years have alienated me from people, and when the game comes out, very few people will play the game, that means that part of me that was really desperately trying to connect is getting the opposite of what he bargained for. That's scary, right? That's so scary. The idea of like, you put all this time and energy into alienating yourself and when you were just trying to connect. Ah! All right. So, the way that I'm going to do this is, I think I'm going to take these groups and remove these from them altogether. I know I just spent all that time setting them up, but it was too complicated. These get the groups. The top line objects get the groups. Okay. And I'm going to do a little trick here. Ooh, can I do that though? Maybe I can do it. Thanks, Ian. It's hard. It's hard. I genuinely, like, through the day, I feel failure, you know? Like, I feel like the person I am is not able to take the steps I need to take to do justice to the game that I'm making. I can't like promote myself or whatever, like, or that I'm not able to like make good creative choices or just business decisions and commit to them. Like, I fear that stuff. I know like it's just whatever. I know those fears aren't reality. but I have to experience those things. I experience that all the time. And yeah, like I'm scared of them too. It's scary. Scary stuff. Oh, thanks, Soap Boy. Yeah, it's hard because the thing is, like I was saying, the part of me that fears those feelings is just a little kid. Like he doesn't. It's not an intellectual part, you know. It's not something that it doesn't rationalize. Hey, that's what I wanted. Sick. That saves me a bunch of time. Hey, now I press the button 4 times instead of 16. I just press 2 buttons. I don't have to press 32. Yeah, like there's a part of me that's like, the part of me that's afraid of failure is manic about it. You know, like it will go through, like anytime I see somebody else succeed, that part loses it. If I can compare myself to somebody and they're doing better, it's like, oh no, we're not doing it right. We already did it wrong by not being where that person is. You know, that, and it's not like, I always have to reflect. If I'm reflecting on that part of me, I have to just treat it with compassion. Again, it's like a child. It's valid to feel that way. And it's okay. But I also have to be pragmatic about, what does it mean to feel that way? It doesn't mean anything to feel that way. It's just a feeling, you know? I can't use that feeling to predict reality. I can't use the feeling of fear to define what's happening to me or what's going to happen next. And it is, this is another thing that's really tough. It's actually, from a business perspective, you have to compare. You have to do comparative analysis with competitors to understand where they're at, what they're doing, if you're doing it right, understanding markets. That's all really valuable. But that's not fear-based. That exercise, that comparison is necessary from a business sense, but not something you can navigate emotionally. It's so hard to decouple them. Thank you, Ian. Thank you so much. It's hard. It's hard stuff. Okay, so right-hand side is actually going to be menu, controller, set focus. Is there a way I can maybe just focus nearest on a parent group? I do have parent group. So if I just get rid of right, and then right gets rid of left. Whoops, right gets rid of left. In fact, right doesn't have a right. Shouldn't do anything. And left doesn't have a left. That shouldn't do anything. So focus nearest up, focus nearest down. But even then, what happens when we get to the top? Oh, well, in this case, when we get to the top of action group, this one here, man, this is really tough. This is like, I mean, it's not really tough. It's just like a little bit, got to be a little bit careful. These all have that as the group. So do these. These all have this as the group. I probably could have done this in a way that required almost no manual clicking. Just traversing the tree of the hierarchy. I'm sure Unity already does that. So the idea here is that within these rows, they'll automatically go up and down. This goes down to that, but then from jump, that has to go to retro. So like from this, the first one, when we press up, the main menu says set focus onto pagination. Same thing with this one here. I could probably just I wonder if I could copy that and take it on the first one of this one and paste it. We can. That's very nice. So up from this or this goes to that. Right from any of these go to any of these. Left go from any of these to any of these. They go up. Up goes down to that. And then these two should both go to save, I think. So the bottom one of this and the bottom one of this down. Set focus goes to save button. And then the footer goes up to this one. Okay. Actually, wait, have I got reset going left? Don't worry about that. But right should go to the group's nearest right, and left should go to the group's nearest left. So this guy here, we should be able to do directional navigation there, minus up and down. So good. Okay, this now probably could work. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, baby. Except I can't go left and right. And I specifically didn't set that up either. Cool. Very good. Okay, so left and right side. Now we have at the top, we have a UI group. And then we set up the directional navigation inside of that, but only for left and right. And then we assign left side and right side's group to that. So now when we go here, we should be able to go that's the only thing, is it's not very good. I do feel good when the code works. I think I need an option when I do this for like absolute. So like focus nearest down. Let's look at how this figures it out. This says, hey, the dot product between the things that we're looking at, and then whatever has the nearest that's within the dot product. I, 'cause I think we could do a Boolean here that's like not nearest indirection, but like absolute indirection. And also this is just getting components in children. Ah, yeah, that's for all the children. So actually, technically, we could, yeah. So what's happening is, see this? This is a group. And it's using the group's transform position, right? So actually, the transform position for this group is up here. So this guy, when I press right, I expect from jump to go to up, right? I expect to go from this all the way over to that, because that's the most, if I press right, that's the thing that's in the most direct right direction. The problem is that this thing is also right. Well, this is also right of this, right? The retro thing here. It's pretty similar. So if this didn't exist, I mean, that's closer. Like if I pressed right, I mean, I guess I'd want to go there. But the problem is that this rectangle governs all of these. So even if I was here, pressing right tries this and goes to there. So instead, what it should do is it should check the current focus. F being, oh, F is, oh no, current focus. We are using the current focus. Okay. So, wow. Wait a second. This goes all the way to that? That can't be right. Would it be better to make it automatically save the keybind and instead of reset start, make it default all reset selected? That's a different conversation to what we're having at the moment. If I'm down here and I press right, yeah, that doesn't seem right. That can't be right. What? Really? Current focus is this, and nearest is that in the right direction? Is this, what? What is this dot product? Yo, 49991. We got trips on the board. Quads in 8 follows. Look at this, chat. Look at this. 49991. I gotta go tell my wife, just in case it happens. Be right back. Come on, chat. Are we going to get the pizza party today or what? We'll do it. I have approval from Mrs. Eunice that pizza party, I'm allowed to have pizza. That's what I got approval for. I can get a pizza. She's working. All right. How is this true? How can this be true? For every child, let's go. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. I pressed right once. Donk. It just went straight there. It didn't even do it. If nearest is null. So, okay, why would I do this? If nearest is null, so far, just set it straight away. Okay, that's fine. Otherwise, if nearest is null, well, that's not going to be the case, is it? Who wrote this function? If nearer is less than, well, this can be done up here. So, if we are nearer and can receive focus, and the group is this. Oh, I don't know about that one, buddy. I don't know about that one. So it has to be within the same group. Huh. Well, that makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? Well, I mean, technically speaking, well, this is the nearest to the right of these three. This is the nearest. But in this case, I would want this to be some sort of a Boolean. Because I would just say objective, like bool, ignore groups, any shared group equals false. I would do that. Well, it used to be true. Let's call it true. And then for each of these, I would say bool shared group is true. Yeah, I would do that for all of them. But is this going to ruin literally every single thing that I've ever serialized in this thing? What if I just say, hey, I think we're all grown-ups here. Let's just say we never want to do this. I kind of think I might never want to do that. So let's just grow a pair and do it. Howdy, partner. Howdy, howdy. Howdy doody. How do you do? How do you do? Okay, well, also not what I wanted. I suppose nearest, I mean, if I go all the way down to the bottom. Aha. Yeah, I mean, it is awkward, isn't it? But I really would expect it to be minimum. What don't you want it to do? Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things that's quite, what's the word? It's not something that we can solve very easily, right? Imagine you have a grid of, we don't have to imagine, we have a grid of options here. Let's ignore the fact that they have widths and just call them points, okay? And I want to say, hey, I'm here and I press the right arrow. Where do I go from here? Now, us as human beings, we're very smart and we go, oh, obviously it's this one. You know, it's, in this context, super easy. We just know which one is what because we count how many there are, we say the equivalent one, or we see the vertical alignment of them, it's fine. If I say, I want to go right now it's harder. Now it's like, well, I don't know, I guess the top one because it's on top. Like, I wouldn't expect to go to the bottom one. So then there's that. And then what if it's like this? Well, this one's more direct on the horizontal axis, right? The angle is closer. Right? This angle is certainly shallower, so this is more to the right, but this one's closer. So which one do we go to? I don't know. Even worse, if I was to do it like this. Well, I kind of see them in a sequence. What if I go like this? No, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Right? Like, is it a 45-degree line? Is that it? Well, no, because it's still not right. I guess like this would be the angle. So 72 degrees. Well, that's not even close. That's not even close to what I would want. Okay, this has no idea what a dot product is. Okay. We could do some quick maths. Let's do this dot product calculator. So we have two dimensions. So we have like 0, 0, 1, 1. The dot product is 0? Wait, what? The dot product is 0. So maybe dot product wasn't even the right check here. Hang on a second. Is that cross that I'm looking for? It's dot. Okay. So like, what happens if this is like... .5. Also 0. That's not very good, is it? Like 10, 10? 10, 10? 0, 10? Dot product is 100. 0, 0 has no direction. Ah, that's right. Okay, so 0, 1 and 1, 0 then. Well, how come that has a dot product of 0? That should be like, those are like, this and this, the dot product between this, dot product is 0. I see. So then let's make it 45 degrees and see what happens. I'm not very well versed in this. So 0, 1 and 1, 1 is 45 degrees. Dot product is 1. Okay. So what about 1, 1 and 1, 0.5? 18. Oh, that's pretty small. 1.5 is the dot product. And as this goes down, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, the dot product goes up. But hang on, if these numbers are the same, the dot product is 2? So how does the angle between the vectors relate to the dot product? So the dot, let's visualize. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. So the dot product that we're looking for, assuming, oh wow, it's Freya Holmer. Okay, Freya knows everything. Freya's a genius. So this is 0, 1. As I go, assuming that this is like the same and this is different in clockwise, right? Is that not how it works? Let's just watch Freya's video.
You have a vector like this, and you do the dot product between these two vectors. What it's going to give you is the kind of the value right here, so this distance. So let's say we move this arrow. So instead of it pointing this direction, let's have it be like a really low angle. Then the value is going to be even lower. So what's going to happen is that you have all of these different vectors, and the values you get as you go around this circle is that it's going to be, if they point in the same direction, the output of the dot product is 1. If they're completely perpendicular, the output is 0. If they're completely opposite, the output is -1.
Okay.
And it goes the same thing in the other direction, 0 here, and so forth. And then you get all the values in between.
Reminds me a lot of trigonometric
so
functions.
It's not a perfectly angular one. So this one, for instance, is not going to be 0.5. This one's going to be a bit higher, like 0.707 something something. So and so forth. But you're still going to get the gradient. You're going to have, 0.9 something here. You're going to have something lower here, like 0.4 and so forth. So what you get is a value that goes from 1, and then as you angle over here, it gets lower and lower and lower. So this is super useful to have a value for how similar two normalized vectors are. That's
okay. I got it. I understand now. Thank you very much. That's all I needed to see. Now, this is not right. Already. I know it's wrong. Because it was supposed to be less than point. Hang on a second. Whoa. No, it was right. It's got to be right because otherwise it wouldn't.
Kind of a very high level view of the dot product. That
It was
gives you
if they are the
angle-
same, right? If they're the same, it's 1.
It's not a perfectly angular one. So this one, for instance, is not going to be 0.5.
In which case, it should be like greater than 0.7.
7.0.
Not greater than 0.3. Should be much higher. The tolerance is like... Yeah. Let's have a look. So a bunch of zeros and then a bunch of very high numbers. So what I was trying to say before is that the dot product with retro, with pagination, is 0.71. That's so weird. From here, from here, I press across. No, okay. From here, the dot product for pagination is 0.71 from there to there. So hang on a second. Then we need to subtract the current angle from that. It's not right otherwise. But it's what we're doing, right? We're subtracting, we're normalizing this minus that. Shouldn't we normalize them both first and then subtract? Or does that make no difference? I think that will make a difference. Yeah, it broke everything. Somehow this actually worked. And I'm not sure why it worked, but I guess it did, so I just have to accept it. I'm just gonna ask the question. Yeah. First candidate can be selected without checking. Uh-huh. Yeah, I agree. It was right. Yeah, that is actually more legible as well. And then like, what would be a more appropriate cone? Yeah, I mean, I would say 0.7. I was thinking 0.7. So then... But then I can't go... I can go up and down from here. I can't go right. Why can't I go right from there? Because that's pretty direct. Let's have a look. Yo, thanks for the follow. 10 left. We're getting close, pals. Wait, did we lose one? Did we lose a follower in the meantime? Oh my gosh. So, this has a group called left side. Left side has a group called key bindings menu. And key bindings menu goes through all of the possible options. So there's an issue here in that we lost 2 and gained 1. We never get to do it. So if I clear all of this and I press boom, it checks all of it, but it never actually sets any of it. I mean, I think we could just get rid of this. I really think we can get rid of that. Okay. That's what I wanted. That's good. But this doesn't work. Even if... Like, how can that have a dot product of 0.78? How can that be? How's that possible? That's not even... It's not even close. 0.71. I see. It's the dot product, not between the values, but the dot product between the values and the direction that I pressed. But if I subtract the values from each other, and I normalize it. I see what I'm doing. I'm not seeing if they're close to each other. I'm seeing if this is thing A, this is thing B. Subtracting this from that will give me this. And then I'm checking that against the direction dot right. Vector dot right. So the subtraction normalized, checked against vector dot right, will give me what I want. But I'm not in, I mean, it's just not accurate. That's the thing. F dot transform position, F being from that to that, I mean, I should be able to do, I mean, this should probably be, well, it's a distance check, that's fine. Yeah, F from where I'm going to where I am. Yeah, man, that should be right. So the dot product from this to like this, how is this to that 0.71? How? I don't get it. Why don't we just do angles? So like float degrees to next, degrees to candidate equals no. I want to do vector to dot angle (3 degrees) from this to up there is 45 degrees. That's not even close. From, I guess if you count this to there, that might be right. But that's not true. That's not where the focus position is. The focus position in this case is that. That to that is 45? Maybe I'm just being a little bit picky about it, and I just need to say like 8. Right. So seems quite complicated. It's not complicated. It was the same to me. Ah, that didn't go down. So that broke. And that broke. I think it should just be, it shouldn't be that we have this as a cutoff, this 0.8. I think what it should be is, let's call it 0.7 for now, but I also think it should be, let's just pick the smallest angle. Ah, okay. Okay. So 0.3 is like, if we're in the general direction, let's do that. But now I think the next thing I would want is some kind of logic, because Freya said that this was 0. So as long as it's greater than 0, we're not going to accidentally go right when we mean left or up when we mean down. So if I have like, let's say I have a bunch of options, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever, and I'm trying to click this one. If I'm trying to go down from here, anything greater than 0 will exclude this, and anything back out here. As long as the value I check is greater than 0, it'll be within this space, which is what I want. That's what was happening in the video settings screen. Like that value needs to just be greater than 0. So as long as it's above some number, that's fine. The next thing we need to do is, it's the issue that we have is that we're using direction as the as secondary to distance. So when I go to keyboard controls, the fact that retro is closer than up arrow to jump means that I'll pick retro, even if up is a much closer angle. Now, look, ultimately, I could just hard code this. I probably should just hard code it. Why don't I just do that? I don't think I need to reinvent the wheel for this. I think I just need to say that going right from this goes to the nearest one on this would be how I would do it. Now, I don't want to say this goes to that, and this goes to that, and this goes to that, and this goes to that. I could do that. I don't really want to. So instead, I want to say like nearest in group or something like that, and then just pass the group. Or like even nearest child. Why am I getting caught on this? This is not important. Yeah. The problem is, we already kind of are doing that. That's what's happening right now. Like, that's what this is doing. Nah, I don't want to, it's not, this is not me trying to like figure out how do I do this? This is me trying to figure out how do I do this exactly the way that I want to do it, which is something that's extensible everywhere. Where I'm in this situation, I have a grid and I just want to go to the thing that's directionally nearest, not distance nearest. It would be a Boolean that would say force or something like force direction, or there's some kind of space we were talking about where I was getting at it before. If you take like this, right? Imagine this. If I press right from here, which of these should I pick? Now, as a human, we probably would say, oh, pick the one that's, pick this one maybe. But not really. Maybe it's this one. It's like the point when the angle and the distance cross over, you know? Like this is definitely the closest by angle to the right. And this one is definitely the closest, you know, maybe this one's the closest by distance. But, I mean, even if this was closer, if the angle was tighter, you still wouldn't want to pick it. So it's something like if you put, or another option would be like, what if we did like, well, in a way, like we are picking the closest. What if they were all the closest, right? What if they all had the same distance? So like this is a circle, right? That's a circle. So like if you had them on a clock, distance is the same, but angle is different. You would always pick this one, I guess. But you have a grid menu. Yeah, but in a grid, this will be this logic will work on a grid. That's the point. It's not like the difference between circles and squares. The same logic will work on both. If you have a grid, then you don't have these. You've just got that. So I can still solve it this way. So it's like I kind of want to factor in the angle into this calculation because these could all have the same distance. And as well, and then yeah, if I bring these in by some amount, each of them towards this, along this line, I would want to say like, well, like this one could be here and I might pick that one. This one could be here, I might pick that one. This one could be here, I might pick that one. This one could be here. Well, I'd probably never pick this one. Which means I'm weighting the direction more than I'm weighting the distance, because this is definitely the closest. No, we're not doing raycasting. That's not what this is for. That's so wasteful. Please don't suggest that. What you should do is simulate a particle system, and whichever one hits the button first. No, it's more like how much do I value direction, really? I want to give them a score based on these factors, distance and direction. And the question is, what's the weighting between them? That's all. And it's not that this is supposed to solve every one forever. It's just which one will give me the ones that I would have picked the most so that I do the overrides the least. That's the point of this exercise. I want to have to step in the least amount of times to hard code these. So instead, what I want to do is have not nearest, it should be best score. Okay. So when nearest is F, we say nearest to current. best score equals, or is a score something we can only pick? Nah, let's just do it. The dot product over the distance? Let's just try it. At least it'll be functional. The dot product over the distance feels crazy, but it might be right. It seems too clean. But it shouldn't be. It should be the smaller the distance, the better. How do we do this in a way that, like, it should be relative, right? You have to get all the scores. You have to check the max distance of all of the things that you picked in order to grade them. Or we could say if the score is less. So now it's the dot product. It's distance minus dot times 1,000. I don't even know if that's right. Whoa, that actually is perfect. What the fuck? Okay, well, I guess we solved it. Gouda, because we've got dozens of menus in the game, and I don't want to have to keep hard coding everything. I don't want to have to hard code. What's this? 16 different things times every direction there is times 4, just because I've got a lot of things. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just solved it. And if I want to hard code it now in a more specific way, then I will. That's why you solve it. I just saved myself so much time. What's the unit of distance though? Is it pixels? Does it fall apart at large resolutions? It's world units. There is something wrong here. I mean, it's not great. If I made this like 100, let's see if it still performs the same. Yeah, there should be a point at which I want to know what the line is when this starts becoming... Hang on, I want the scores back. Negative 8.37. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. That got really close. So if I leave this and come back, do we get the rest of the game behaving pretty much how we'd want? Yeah, see, like this one, oh man, like would I want this to go to there before it goes to there? Like the answer is yes, I would. Just move the element over. Like that's fine. That is probably not fine. So I think I want to lower the dot product check to half that. To 1? What happens if it was 1? Okay, now it's... I mean, technically that's about right. So, I mean, that's always going to be the right because it's a perfect grid. Controls, keyboard. Yeah, so that's fine until we get to here. So that's no good now. Now I want to rationalize it back out. So 2. Perfect. Still not 2. 3. It's because they're so far away. That's the problem, because it's so close to them. It'd be great if I could say like blacklist, like not this. Just don't go to that one. We've already got that bound to up. We could actually exclude based on if it's already being used somewhere, so that you can't go up and forward to it. But that seems a little bit guessworky. Yeah, like that's not great. I want to go back to 2. That was pretty good. I think I'll keep it here. And I think we'll just have to accept that. What? Oh, that's no good. How can that be right? Because it's so close. I guess then the 0.3 needs to go back to like a 0.6. Because it's not even, yeah. And then I think this then has to be a bit more like a 3 or a 4. It can't, that can't go to there before it goes to there, right? Is it not closer and better? Yeah. But then coming back to here, it picks that. The other way to do this would be to also check the bounds. Right now it's checking position. So it needs to check nearest point. If so, this distance get transform distance. F, current focus. What? Is that how that works? That's pretty cool. But didn't I... Where did I do that? Get closest point. Am I crazy? Oh, it's static. Wait. But... Is it just public vector 2? I don't know how this works. I don't know. I never really got how extensions works. Oh, it's .rect. But rect, is this? It needs to be bounds. Man, is this real? Get world corners. That's what I want. Yes. So, Jesus Christ. That doesn't work. Hang on. Get bounds. Holy moly. Are we not going to hit 50k by the end of the stream, chat? Oh my goodness. It's been taunting us for days. No pizza. I mean, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We can't force it. Stream doesn't end. All right. So if A is rect, okay. If A and B is, otherwise if A is, otherwise if B is, otherwise that's it. Okay. So but these have something called area. That's what I want. So now I want something like this, but it's called public float get. In fact, oh my gosh. Yeah, it does. Hey, bank shot. Hello. Okay, enjoy.
Getting pizza?
Not yet. We need 8 more follows.
Oh.
It's not gonna happen, I don't think.
Okay, that's all right.
If it happens, it happens. I can't say it will or won't. Enjoy your walk. Do you ever feel like the AI autocompletion happening so much makes your programming ability worse? Sometimes. It depends. In this instance, it's not what I'm not trying to problem solve, so I'm mostly just trying to recognize when the code is right on the screen and then press tab. So this is just wrong right now. This should be able to compile, I'm pretty sure. It'll fix itself when it knows it's right. Otherwise, I'll close the thing and open it again. Yeah, cool. So there's the distance, and then there's the dot product. So this, maybe public static void get closest points. Yeah. So f dot get bounds dot get closest point. Points. And then it's out vector to closest. Yep. And then it's just vector2 dot distance. Oh my gosh. And then it's the dot product. Holy moly. Oops, they're backwards. That works. That does not work. If I go down, how does that have a better dot product? I guess the problem here is that if I look at the two, okay, so this, and then these two. I'm not really sure how that's possible, that this could choose this one over that one. I mean, they're basically, this is definitely closer, right? So then, Yeah, still not happy with it though. Oh, that works though. Oh wow, look at that. But this, I hate. I mean, what the hell is happening? How can you go from this to that? How can that possibly be better? Like, huh? It skipped over map altogether. Okay, let's have a look. I press up. I want the one that says map. Map is what I want to check. Map distance is that. Dot product is 0.7. Score is -4. What if we... Distance is Distance is way less. Dot product is higher. Small distance, big dot product. Why is that not the one that wins? Because the dot product is way higher than the... It's way more aligned than it is close. So in this case, now we can drop this back down to like 2. Nope. Dude, that can't be right. How can that be right? How can that one be the closest? I don't believe it. I don't believe it under any metric. This is closer to, I guess, this corner. Maybe it's like slightly taller. I don't believe it. I think we should pick the center rather than... like the closest point on its bounds to the center. You think this logic needs to change? Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. You're probably right. But I don't know what scale it would need to have. Do you know what I mean? We could just say score is distance and just be done with it. That's what we were doing before. But now the problem is that the distance is not really how we would describe it because we're using the bounds between one and the other. So this closest A we would swap this for current focus dot bounds dot center. Even that I don't understand. Hey, Mr. Situation, how's it going? It's good to see you. Yo, if you're not following, if you follow right now, we'll have 7 followers left until 50K. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. There you go. There you go. Chat, we have 45 minutes to get 6 followers. Can we do it? If so, I'll stay on. So we get a pizza. All right. Okay, so evaluating map distance. 0.2. Now, what are we passing into this? Oh, no. It's current focus dot get bounds F. That's why. Oh, and then this becomes the other way around. And that also should be this. What's wrong with this? Vector 2. Oh, it should also be a vector 2. Oh, there's a bunch of reasons why this won't work. Okay. Vector 2 center. Yay. Yay. No, unfollowing and following back doesn't do it. Oh. Okay. Right. Now this is back where we were before, where we're just doing the raw distance. So I guess at that point, we just have to accept that we're not going to get it where we want it. I mean, that's all great. It's fine. I mean, if I really want it, what I can do is just put the word retro like here. You know, I can fix all of this. Right now, if I just move this here. Amazing. And then instead of this, I want to do it with this one. Gosh, what a ride we just went on. Jesus. We don't need to move the map slightly left. All right, we still have 8 left. Ain't no way we're gonna find 8 followers in 40 minutes. That's a follower every 5 minutes. It's not gonna happen. So What if I do this? Whoa, 6 left. We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. I want tonight to be a good night for you. I want us to do this. It doesn't matter to me. We've already got 50K, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. It's a done deal. But it would be nice to be able to do this for you. Let's go. All right. So how are we going to make this keyboard work? We would want commas. And the problem is once you have commas, now we need to separate them further because you could have right shift and left shift to make the map work. And then it just keeps going on and on. Unless we marquee the text. Yo, bank shot zombies. With clinkers. Let's respect that. Let's respect the clinkers. Green. Okay, I got you. Yellow. Sorry, bud. Not this time. Hey, Korumusa. I'm curious because this is interesting. Where would be a good place to start learning how to make games? It depends on kind of like what your goals are in game development. If you're going to be a programmer, that's different if you want to be an artist. If you want to do them all by yourself, I would kind of treat each of the disciplines as like separate tasks, you know, like no one who's going to teach you programming the best is going to be the best art teacher. I could teach you both. You can go to my YouTube channel and check there. I've got little tutorials here and there, but that's not really a structured course. It's just like videos on basics in different areas. You could just watch them all and see how you feel, but there's like 100 videos. Other than that, yeah, whatever everybody else suggests is probably great. So, what's happening here? When I press like A on this, I want something to happen. So let's go to key binding UI. Key bind UI. Now this has a focus, public UI focus. And then on start, I guess we could say like focus dot. Does it have an event? Or is it? We could do that. We could listen for the button being pressed. We could also, instead of adding the listener here, we could add the listener to the key map menu. So the key map menu has all of the key binding UIs, and then it could say for each key binding UI dot focus dot add listener dot f dot add listener. Yeah, that works. Hey, Nateful, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome back. 6 follows, chat. We're so close. 35 minutes. Is it going to happen? How many subs do I gift when it happens? I'm pretty poor. I can't really afford many subs. 50k gift subs? Who do you think I am? You think I'm XQC up in here? You think I'm iShow speed? You think I'm Kai Cenat? Chat, we're making a video game right now. I can't even. I don't even know. Okay. What is a Kai Cenat impression? What is an Australian? How does an Australian do a Kai Cenat? Cenat? Kai Cenat? All right. We're doing clinkers. Ready, set, go. It's clinkers. It's green. Sorry, buddy. Not this time. Oh, I know what happened. I know what could have happened. You don't have any of them. That's why it didn't work. I didn't put any of my guys in there. None of my guys. I need you to all go in there. Probably could have just gotten a get component in children at that point, but that's life, you know. Okay, boom. Man, I'm never gonna win this, am I? Okay, look, we got a bunch of menu things checked. So, okay. But then I pressed the button, and the button don't press. UI focus F add listener. Maybe because the start here happens before its start. Maybe that's a thing. Okay. Well, then what's a better way to do this? I mean, if I look at the focus that's currently selected, beep. This guy, if I go to key bindings menu and I go to the menu controller, the current one is this one. And if I look at this one, it has a focus and we're not listening for it. F.add listener. Do I do that anywhere else in the game, or is this just me being novel? Listable. No, it's I do it sometimes. So maybe it's just on enable bool setup, or like on I don't know, on open. Yeah, let's try that. But then that's going to happen. What's the life cycle of this stuff? It's hard to say. Hey, Mr. Situation, how's it going? Whoop, 5 left. Slow progress, but we're almost there. We just need 5 people in half an hour. 1 every 6 minutes. Okay, well, the other way to do this would just be to hard code it. So like, if menu, if game context system dot is dot active menu equals menu. Is that really how I do that? What the heck? All right. Wait, but if I'm in the equipment menu, menu A, input get button down happens on do arrange state, which happens on do state, which happens on this, which happens on this, which happens on this, which happens on this, which happens only if it's enabled. Wow. Okay. Okay, sure. Okay, let's go back to where we were then. That's really how we do that. How do you not get lost? I don't know. I actually just don't get lost. I just don't. I just have a memory for the game. Sometimes I get momentarily like, oh, where is this? And then I just do it. This code base is massive, and I just because I wrote everything, I just remember where everything is. Okay. Input dot get down menu A. If menu dot focus is dot get component. Oh, that sucks. This doesn't seem right. I don't think I want to do this way. When you're still learning it, you know, it takes time. Yo, thanks for the follow. How many lines of source code? There was a way to do that, and I don't know how to check. I can tell you how many scripts are in the assets folder. So this is scripts that I wrote. There are 1,500 scripts in the game. The biggest one is probably, well, I don't know which one the biggest one is, but almond behavior used to be pretty big. And he's 800 lines. Most of them are about 100, 200. You run it in the root clock dot. Wait, so if I go like, hang on a sec. If I just go to my assets folder, can I do that? Like, go to assets, open an integrated terminal and say clock dot npm install clock. Is that how that works? Real File Explorer. CD. That's weird that it allowed me to do that. CD assets. CD's assets. Documents, Insignia. What? What? CD. E. What the hell is going on right now? Wait a second. Does this not have the... Where's the paste option gone? Was there not an option to paste inside of command prompt at one point? Or is just right click does that? So if I say cd that, okay, but then it doesn't do that. Why doesn't it let me do that? I can't get to the E drive from where I am. Is that a thing? I've never seen that before. What? How did that happen? I never seen. Anyway, CD assets, npm install clock. Clock dot npm clock. How does that work? How do I do this thing? What's my dude read chat? I'm trying to read chat. I'm not very good at it. You run it in the root clock dot. That's what I wrote. PowerShell? I don't know. I don't use terminal much at all. -G. npm I-G clock. Okay. Well, I also already did that, right? Didn't this work? To update run da-da-da, but it still did it, right? And now clock dot. Clock dot. Perl is not recognized as an internal exclamation. Okay, we don't have Perl. npm install Perl. Nah. Let's not do that. Open a new PowerShell. Okay. Do we have to do this? I know, I'm scared of it. I know. I'm not that. NPM install malware. I don't want to do this right now. Do we have to? You aren't using Node in assets. You aren't using Node in assets, so you created a package.json locally without the garg. Oh, did I? Oh yeah. Whoops. Good catch. Get out of here. So the -G makes it global. I'm learning. Evaluating logic soundness. Wait, we couldn't do it in CMD because we didn't have Perl or something like that? So I can do it with command prompt if I do winget. So back to dirt. Dude, this is not my forte. But is this going to install at this directory? Am I doing the same thing again? Yes. agree with that reading. Of course. Okay, one more time. We're going to get there. But now I have to uninstall the NPM clock. We're going to be here all day. Is something happening? Oh. Oh. But we only wanted the C#. Stuff. Wait, where did my power? Oh, there it is. These are too many files. Let's try again. Why is there so many? There's not that many files. There's not 1500 CS files in assets. Does it not take the current directory into account? Oh my gosh. Wait, we don't need clock? We could just do this? That'll just work? All right. Let's try again. It's time for PowerShell. CD document. There you go. 162,000 lines of code. That's how many are in my assets folder. How many followers we got? We got 4 left, chat. That doesn't seem right. What about scripts? What about just my scripts folder? Which isn't all of my scripts, but it will be. $76,000. I think that's closer. It would be like 80. Hey. Yeah, like this, about 80,000 lines of code I've written. I think that's about more appropriate. Yeah, 160K was a lot. I didn't think that was accurate. Okay, so we need to go back to what we were doing back on key bind UI. This was doing a on forward. Perfect. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that actually worked. Oh, that's annoying. But I really don't like it. It's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible logic. Let's not do it. I want to do this one better. So it adds all the listeners correctly, at least. It thinks that it is, but then nothing happens when I press the button on it. So dude, what is it about that anything that has an E gets rid of the on N? Checking if we're added to listener. No, no listeners. And nothing's happening. So annoying. I don't know what to do. Why is it that I can't just add a listener to this? Do the events get created at runtime? Surely not. But that's what I want to do. That's how I want it to work. I suppose no. I'm not making my... You mean the player making their own input or me? I'm not making my own input. I'm just allowing the player to rebind them. Hey, Sunset Night, how's it going? 3 left. We have 5 minutes and we need 3 follows. If we hit it, I'm staying on for like the next hour at least until we get the pizza. If we don't hit it by 6, no, that doesn't count. It doesn't count. You have to be a new follower. Go get your friends if you want me to stay online. All right. Why might this not work? Assuming they're disabled at... Oh, 2 follows. Saravati. You've been subscribed for how long? I can check if I go to Twitch. I can check the console on the dashboard. The dashboard says 49999. We've hit the quads. We need 1 left. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm not seeing it yet. Hang on. What if I refresh the page? It's happening, chat. 50,000 followers, we hit it. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 50,000 and first follower. Thank you so much for joining us. What an absolute pleasure it is to have you join us on such an auspicious day. We're due for a pizza party. King Satan himself. Have I just done a deal with the devil? Did that just happen? All right, well. Time to quit Insignia. Put that project into the freezer. Never touching it again. New game starting tomorrow. All right, well, I guess I should order some pizza then, huh? Where do I get it from? Let's have a look. I am searching for. It's been a while. I haven't had pizza in ages. Pizza. Wowee. Mm. What kind of pizza? I'll let you know. I'm gonna get me a supreme. Dude, I used to get, when I lived with my brother, we used to have pizza all the time. Okay. And then what else do they do? Other bundled items? Gotta get a Coke, right? Gotta get a Coke. Something else? Some garlic bread? Let's get a garlic bread. Let's make it classic. All right. Okay, easy. Hey, anonymous gifter. Thank you so much for giving that sub to the community. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Done. Chat, I am yours. Tell me what to do. You get to control the rest of today. You're in charge, chat. Lies of P. We could play that. We could play it. Of course. Yeah, it's been a little while, huh? Sure. Is that consensus? You want to hear advice for new game devs and streaming game development? Oh, I can give you that too. Let's start with that. We'll do a little bit of Liza P. I don't want PowerShell. Oh, you've ruined my search. All right. Any other questions? Do we want to field some questions? I'm yours, chat. So, advice for new game devs and streaming game development. Okay. My advice for new game devs is, let's start that again. So my advice for new game devs is this. I think the world that we live in right now is really chaotic. And if you're making games, you want to start making them for yourself before you take really big risks. And you want to start small. That'll allow you to develop taste, which is probably the most important skill you're going to have in the next however long in your career. You know, building the games, the technical aspects are going to become easier and the market's going to get more competitive. So your ability to go through the production process is the biggest skill. That means designing a game, prototyping the game, playtesting it, taking it to market, doing any kind of QA and marketing, maybe even dealing with publishers and getting it on Steam. That's the skill that's probably most important. Right, the more like directorial skill. You know, it's important to learn how to 3D model and program and write music and stuff, but it's not every game is a solo game. And as automation becomes more prevalent, it might be harder for those skills to be, for the hours that you put into those skills to come back to you. So I would start with just making something that's simple that you can make with your existing skill set and go through the whole development process first. That means keeping it super lightweight. As a streamer, I would say streaming game dev is really tough, and there's almost certainly no guaranteed like future in doing it. Like it's not something where you can become a full-timer, unless you're really fun and you're building a community outside of Twitch, right? On TikTok and on YouTube and doing a lot more. Content creation for game dev can be a more viable path, but it's also something that, there's no guarantees. And personally, unless you love the content creation side, I wouldn't try to do what I'm doing, the straddling thing where you're doing content creation and game development and taking both seriously. I found that extremely strenuous in the last 10 years. And honestly, if I could go back, maybe I would just be a game developer or I would just be a content creator. But doing both, unless you're making very small games where you can do a game every 3 months, that would be great. I could do that actually. I think that would be fun. A new game every 3 months means new stories for your audience. And it means that you get to move forward in chapters of yourself as a developer. You get to integrate the audience more into what you make. It just means that the kinds of games that you can make are limited to that time span. And for me, I'm not really prepared to compromise my vision just to make games that the community would find, easy to digest as narratives in terms of their creation. But I do think that, I could do it. Maybe after Insignia, that would be something that we could do. Advice for looking for a publisher and or investor, or how far along your game should be. You can pitch at any time, actually. You don't have to have even a game. The difference is leverage. So the further along you are with your game, the less risk there is. And so the more a publisher is able to feel comfortable giving you a higher revenue share. So ultimately, it's a business proposition. They're going to have to know who you are and what it is that you're offering. And you can offer a cool game that's just an idea, but they're going to own most of it, if not all of it, at the end. Lots of studios do that, actually. They don't really go on profit. They just go on, as long as they get to keep making the games, the publishers take most of the money. So advice, there are lots of publishers at lots of different scales. And depending on how many resources you have as a developer, having a Steam page, people will approach you. I get approached from micro publishers all the time, but that mostly goes to up to 50K investment. If you're looking for 100K, that's also pretty easy. This is USD. 100K, you can pretty much talk to anyone for less than 100K. More than that, you start going down the road of, okay, I'm a serious indie developer and I need serious money to do serious things. But at the same time, if it's less than 50K you need, Kickstarter is not that hard. So I think working with a publisher is more about finding the right one than just finding one, is what I would say. Advice for finding fun. Oh, other questions. Hang on a second. Let me close this. Yeah, advice for finding fun. I've been doing more game jams, and besides the technical side, finding or making it fun is challenging. Tips, tricks. This is a good one. I have this really... I've been having this revelation over the last 6 months or so about fun. Fun is not how I think about games, actually. Because fun tends to draw your attention to, at least when I think about fun, the adjacent word there is juice or feedback. Something that's just fun to do certainly can hold your attention for a little bit, but it's more about attention on different scales. So something that a button that's fun to click because it sounds good and it animates well and lights up and little confetti comes out when you press it. That is fun to do, but the novelty will wear off very quickly. Instead, the thing that you want to focus on, I think, beyond that immediate feedback layer is incentives. So it's not is this good? But does the player still have a reason to interact with this 5 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now? What is it that's keeping them invested? Once you're at that point and you're thinking about incentives, like I have to do this so I can do that, so I can do that, and the player can anticipate what it is that is coming for them. Like, if I do this, then I'll get that. And I need that because that sense of planning is really, really, I think where like fun comes from, is being able to plan and half predict what's going to happen next. If the player can do that and you have enough runway for them to keep doing that, then I think they stay engaged. Especially if you're doing something, if you're saying something over the top, or if the place they're playing the game within is simply like fun to be in, like you know, if the environment is enjoyable because it's aesthetic, sometimes players just want a reason to stay in it. All of those things, you know, are speaking to different, I guess we could call them all aesthetics, right? There's like the mechanical aesthetic, there's the physical or visceral aesthetic of like, it feels good to do. Maybe there's kind of like a more an aesthetic that has to do with idealism, you know, like, or escapism or some kind of fantasy. A lot of game developers talk about their games in terms of fantasies, like they call them player fantasies. So it's, I want to feel blah, you know. So feeling powerful might be something that as Batman, in a Batman game, you want. And so you tune all of the decisions you make in terms of the design choices you have in how the game should feel and how it should play towards that power. But I think that games should always be more about tension than gratification. Gratification is one half of tension. The other half is, I guess, risk, or the prospect of not having the thing that you want. So fun is always about like the player knowing what they're trying to do, understanding what the stakes are, and anticipating what they have to do next in order to sway the outcome in the favor of what they're looking to do. And so as long as that's developing over time, it'll be fun. Especially if there's space for surprise and delight. You know, being able to do something that fits within the laws of what you've established. So you're making a puzzle game. I mean, this happens every single game jam game that wins Ludum Dare does something like this, where it's like there is a mechanic that's introduced or a set of constraints, and about a third of the way through the game, or 2/3 in, somewhere in that middle bit, something happens that changes the way you think about the game, but within the laws that the game's already established, right? It's something where it's like, oh, I see, right? So you go from like establishing a set of rules to then demonstrating that the scope of those rules is much broader than the player first thought. The reason why that feels good is because immediately it kind of unlocks that anticipatory value that the player had, right? Especially if there was tension behind it. If it's like, how do I do this? Oh, I get it, right? It's like a good joke or banter feels like that. Some aspect of surprise that kind of redefines or sharpens our understanding of the play space. That's hard to do. Sometimes you don't even need that. I mean, Cookie Clicker is not a game that has that in it. But yeah, we hit it. We hit 50K.
Really?
We did. I ordered a pizza.
Did you just make more accounts?
No, we have 50,000. I don't know, but we hit it. I can't be in control of what. Oh yeah, you followed me 7 times. Are you King Satan himself?
No, what?
That's who followed me last.
What's his name?
King Satan himself.
Oh yes, that was me actually.
Oh, that sounds like you. Fu says, I have a question too. I'm preparing a demo. I'm very torn on how long, how much of the game I should show off in it. Should the demo be its own thing or a carbon copy of an actual level? I can actually tell you this, having just done it myself. Your game ideally should not do what my game does. Your game should demonstrate itself in about 15 minutes tops. The amount of time that you need is kind of less important than what it is that you can fit in that time. And what you should be looking to fit in that time is a full demonstration of one second. Okay. Yeah, so like your demo should ultimately, like, a demo is an advertisement, right? A demo is just something that you hope that when people play it at the end, what they come away with is the feeling that they want to play more of your game. And so what that should mean is you make a promise. Yeah. You're essentially making a promise in your demo. The promise is this game is going to be worth your time when you play it. And the promise needs to come to fruition a little bit inside of your demo. So it's, this game is going to feel like this, it's going to be about this, and it's going to grow in this direction. That's about as much as you need to do inside the demo. In my game, that takes me a very long time to do, because the thing that's special about my game, the reason why it's not just another blah, 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 is the ability system. And those abilities coming together to create puzzles, that's the promise that my game comes with. And so the reason why that's challenging is, you have to first get kind of onboarded into the game, learn about the characters, and my game's doing a lot, so the demo needs to be long. It's also a demo that I've created for the purpose of showing to publishers and playtesters, because there are things that I'm trying to validate within the scope of that demo space that maybe if I was just trying to give people a taste test, maybe I wouldn't show them that much. Maybe you would do a bit less. Maybe you would only show the best 10 minutes, So it really does come down to making a strong promise that gets people excited about what the final game will be like. It doesn't have to be any more than that, because it's just a demo, right? But how you make those promises is totally, there are no rules. And in fact, there are no rules in game development either. Like what a game is, how long it is, how many features it has, none of that is relevant. The only thing that's relevant is that what you sell people is what they get, or better, right? So your game could be 5 minutes long. If it's worth 50 cents and it's 5 minutes long and people think that was worth it, they like the game. Your game could be 10 hours long or 50 hours long, as long as the price reflects not just the runtime, but the experience they have over that runtime, and it feels like, they're getting what they want, then that's fine. Particularly, like, if you think about it, some people love the opera, right? It's like people singing in Italian for like 3 hours or whatever. If you walked in to, I don't know, if you tune in to a YouTube video that's supposed to be a how-to on your first code in game dev, and you get an opera that's 3 hours long, you're going to be like, what is this? This is not what I wanted. This sucks. It's not that the opera is bad, it's just not what you were looking for. So pitching what you're selling is really important. That's like the key thing is, are you pitching something that's actually what you're making? And is what you're making worth pitching. Those two things are really, really clear. If those are aligned and people like it, then yeah, it doesn't really matter how big it is, how long it is. It just means it just matters that it meets those criteria and respects the player. Yeah. Well, this is the thing, Fu. Like, I really think that, like, to an extent, games that are hard to market it's a real thing. Like, I think Insignia is hard to market. We saw that there was a game that someone showed their trailer for recently, like 2 weeks ago. And I watched the trailer and I thought to myself, I feel a little self-conscious about my game watching their trailer. You know? I wasn't sure. It kind of felt a little... Oh, someone's around the corner. My pizza's here. One sec. Hey, pizza time. Ba 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 ra ra ba 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 da ba 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 ba. All right. So, the question was, yeah, like, is it just the case that some games are just a little bit harder to market? I think that's true. I think it is. I watched this trailer that somebody sent. It is. It's Pizza Party. I watched this trailer that somebody sent, and genuinely, I was like, God, it's probably their game looks better than mine, or at least like not better, but it looks like a game where I know what the game is more clearly based on the 2 minutes that I watched in the trailer, you know? Whereas Insignia, maybe I'm just biased against my game because it's my game, but I feel like if I make a trailer about Insignia, I'm trying to cram so much information inside of that trailer. Because it's like, it's not just like, look at this game, you can do cool things and shoot enemies. It's like, look at this game, you can play the cello, you can run around in the environment, you can fight these enemies, your abilities get stronger. There are quests you can do, there are towns you can go to, there's story, there's boss fights, you know, it's all this stuff you got to sort of like push in. You're selling something that actually is not disposable. Think about that. People, if like reading a book takes a long time. If someone says to me, read this book, even if you give me a book for free, I mean, I don't know if I want to read it. You know, is it good? I might love it. I love books. Some of my favorite experiences are books, but reading a book cover to cover is a big commitment. So I think games that are bigger are, by definition, asking more and are harder to promise. It's harder to make big promises, especially as a new indie. Whereas like Nintendo can make a big promise with Zelda because you've already played Zelda, you know, in generations past. You already know how important of a franchise it is. You already know the quality that those games typically, you know, launch with. It feels like a promise that's worth taking on because the risk that it's going to be really disappointing is pretty low. That is probably the biggest reason why I think making smaller games is safer for indies. Not because they couldn't make them or shouldn't, but because it's harder to market games that are bigger. And by bigger, I really mean more complicated. Or have multiple like game pillars. I just personally, I have this kind of like vocational impulse that means that I don't want the world to be made of games that are just 20-second bites. You know, I don't want to just play games where it's like cool action, go, blah blah blah, and that's the whole game. You know, I don't want to play arcade games my whole life. And I don't think that I even want to be sold that. And then surprised that the games are a lot deeper and longer. I think I want to know. I mean, ultimately, this is the thing. Like, a game like Insignia, I think, will live and die on its quality. I think the critical reception will drive sales more than any trailer. Unless the trailer's got a ton of money in it. Unless it's like fully animated, you know. Then the animation becomes a surrogate for the game quality, because there's an implication that, well, we put all this money in the trailer. It's true. There are multiple trailers. But I think, I don't know. It's hard to say. I think like an announcement trailer that has a little bit of animation and a little bit of gameplay is kind of like the trailer. You can do a story trailer, but I think those are like, it's more for refining the promise to people who you've already made it to, in a way. Like, I wonder how many, if you do 3 different trailers, are you really capturing 3 separate audiences, you know? I don't know. I think it's more about, they have different purposes inside of the release type, like cycle of a game. But I don't know. What's your process for killing a feature you've already invested weeks into? Oh, chat, we've only got 49,999 followers. Put the pizza away. we went backwards. Wait, that means we have to order a pizza if anybody follows. We have to get another one. Hey! Thanks, Eggers. Okay, we can keep eating the pizza. So, killing features. Yeah, this is something where I try not to. Obviously, killing features feels like a waste. Let's discuss. So, I had a feature in the game 2 or 3 years ago, more now, maybe 4 years ago, where you had like a weapon wheel and you could pivot between different weapon types at any time. You could sort of like Final Fantasy 15 style, just, you know, grab a knife and then use the knife and then pull out a sword. And that I did it for the reason of like back in 2017, people play tested the game at PAX, and I noticed that people had different play styles, and some people wanted the game to be faster, and then over time, or slower. And at the time, I was just like, give players more options because. But over time, I realized that for what I was trying to do with the game design, the puzzle elements, I couldn't really support multiple different weapon animation sets, because the animation sets they're how the puzzles are designed around the animation sets. So the things that you can do in the space are limited by the environment. And so maybe the dagger gives you an extra bit of air when you jump, and so that's too, you know, weapons are supposed to be different from each other. That's the whole point. But if they need to be the same, then it doesn't work. So instead, I just canned it. But I didn't throw it out. Like, it's still in the game, technically. You just can't, it's just not content that you can access. And the way that I decide, the reason I decide to cut the feature is because there's a more important pillar of the game that is better served by taking it out than leaving it in. It's basically pros versus cons, but the way that you should think about it is, what is my game about? Like, what's the reason this game should exist? And does this feature make that reason harder to see or easier to see? That's the ultimate kind of litmus test. You know? If it adds just because it adds, then it's fine. But if it adds but has to take something away, and it takes away more than it adds, how can you justify it? Like, the cello mechanic in my game is just a net positive. You could play music, great. It doesn't break anything in the game for the player to be able to do that. But if you needed to be able to play the cello, you know, in every scene, or I forced you to play it in every scene, well, that might slow the pacing down, which changes how the genre feels, which makes it not worth it, you know? So that's how it is. Go-to pizza topping? You mean like a flavor? I like Supreme. Cheese pizza is also really up there. Pizza review? This one's okay. I like the deli meat on pizza the most. So like the ham or the cabanossi. That's what I like. That with mushroom and cheese and onion. This pizza is okay. It's thinner than I would have liked, and it's not like super hot, but it's good. Hey, thanks for watching. Dorji Zangpo, nice to meet you. How do you teach mechanics without tutorials? Okay. So this is one that's a bit tutorials as a feature exist to communicate information that players couldn't interpret otherwise. That's the purpose of a tutorial. So depending on how critical information is in your game, a tutorial might be more or less appropriate depending on what it is and how critical it is. So in my game, for example, there's a feature where if you hold the attack button, the character goes into a guard stance. Holding the attack button is something that I expect players to do, and the game is less fun if they don't know how to do it. So at least telling them once that they can do it is it's important. It's kind of on me, right? To make sure that like players know that. And if I don't tell them and I say, well, get good, figure it out, right? I can do that. I mean, Tunic is a game built on the back of not telling players how the game works. And I think that's fine if that's part of the promise we were talking about earlier. So mystery can be a gameplay value. It can be something that people want, is to discover mysteries. But you have to be very careful that it doesn't feel cheap, because players who expect to be taught will feel cheated if you don't teach them. So teaching, if it's more just a question about like how do you teach without words, the answer there would be show. So like you can have an enemy do something that the player can do. You have wooden doors in the game, and there's an enemy that catches on fire, and when it catches on fire, it runs into the door bursts into flames, and they go through the door. Later on, the player gets a fire punch move. You see a wooden door, you lock the player into the room with a wooden door right after they get the fire punch ability. The only thing they can do is punch the door to set it on fire. They punch the door bursts into flames. There, you taught them without a tutorial. So that's how it works. But not every game, this is the difference between implicit and explicit systems, or another way to describe them is like like mutable versus like hard state systems. So Insignia is a game that has a lot of very like hard modal designs in it. What that means is like when an enemy attacks you in the down direction, and there are only 4 directions, you must parry upwards. That's not something that the player can, improvise within. There's no play in that. That's just you do it or you don't do it. Or another example would be the dodge roll has iframes on frames 3 to 5. That's it. You either got hit or you didn't, because you were either rolling within those frames or not. But there are lots of games where rules become much more implicit or like systemic. So in Zelda, in Breath of the Wild, you learn very quickly that inanimate objects moving through space do damage to enemies. So if you take a boulder at the top of a hill and you push it down the hill, you can take out a bunch of enemies based on physics, right? And physics is not something that we can calculate, from our gaming chairs. Physics is something you sort of like feel and interpret. So, the idea that you can cut a tree down with an axe. Oh, but what if I have a sword? Oh, you can still cut the tree down, or fire makes things that are timber burst into flames and disintegrate. Okay, wooden shields, wooden doors, wooden beams, all of those things can be burnt. So the difference between like rules that are additive and blend versus rules that are like very explicit and must be learned, tabletop game style. Those two things, I think the implicit ones, it works very well with show versus tell. The explicit ones, you kind of have to just tell a lot of the time. You sort of just have to say, this is how the game works, right? Because otherwise it's too specific to just expect people to get it. They're not just going to press random buttons until something happens. There's also the question of like cost. Like what happens if the player doesn't know this? So the dodge roll thing I was mentioning earlier, you can have a dodge roll that has iframes, and you can have those iframes be specific without saying the dodge roll has iframes between blah blah blah, because the player they don't even know when the frames are. But the roll implies invincibility, especially if you expect players to know about action games, right? If your target audience is action game players, then they'll just know. There's a transfer effect from other games. But even if they don't know, like Insignia has an explicit tutorial for the dodge roll, and it shows the player, it slows time down and says, press the button to roll. Then you roll and it happens. So it doesn't need that tutorial, but I'm trying to cater to players who are new to the genre, as well as players who are experienced. So I usually err on the side of like be explicit, explain the rules, just don't over explain. And I find that actually most game design, it tends to be that you as the designer know the game much better than players do. And because development is hard and takes time, it's much easier to under-explain than it is to over-explain. If you're over-explaining, you have a lot of resources at your disposal. Now, we were gonna play some Lies of P, but it's almost 7. This is slice 4. I'm not sure I'm gonna get all the way through the pizza. I think I'm pretty much done. I'm at half. When I was like 18, I used to just go through a pizza, but these days my sinuses can't take it. I get too inflamed. I just don't need that much cheese and bread in my stomach. Yeah. You're young, you're active, you know. If I like played a game of soccer and then came home and ate a pizza, I think I could probably knock a full one out, but I don't really do sports anymore. I wish I did though. I would honestly, chat, God, I love doing this every day, and I love making Insignia, and I would continue to do it like this indefinitely if I could. But I give up so much doing it this way. It's not worth it. Not for a project of this size, over this amount of time, with this much risk. It sucks. And it's probably going to change like how I see my career in the future. I've been thinking a lot about this. Like we've been doing gosh, there's so the road ahead of Insignia is so long, and I don't want to do 10 more years of another game. I don't want to do that. I want 3 to 5 tops. 3 would be great. You know, it's hard to envision me finishing a game in 1 unless it was Balatro, but even then, you know, that's tough. 2, you know, 2 to develop it, 1 to ship it makes kind of sense to me. You spend a year concepting, you spend a year developing, you spend a year shipping. That's pretty reasonable. But 7 to 10, tough. 7, if I had released in 7, I think that would have been okay. 9, I'm starting to feel the chafe. And I think I just like the demands that the thing that I regret the most is the financial risk. I hate how difficult it's been, like financially, to make this game. It's been so punishing. It sucks. I've really given up a lot in like the best years of my life too, you know, my 20s and 30s. So I think I want to do a good job of the next couple of years so that I can enjoy the next few years. But I made a big bet, didn't I? So thank you all for the follows. 50,000 of you, that's a lot of people. We're not far off of merch, by the way. I want to talk about that really quickly. I think once I'm done with this, which I might even just do the vertical version first. I might just do this, which we're pretty much done. Once I've got this done, I'll throw the logo underneath it and we'll do our first merch run. Okay? I promise next week I'll open the store. I want to show you so much more. I mean, it's the same thing, right? Promises. How many promises can I make in one poster? I really can't. So I'm going to go. It was a pleasure. No Lies of P tonight. Sorry, chat. We will play Lies of P soon, though. I do want to see if I can get maybe like an hour a week or a couple of hours a week in. Today was a bit impromptu, but it'd be nice to do it soon. And in general, just having more like hours where I'm just chilling with you guys. It's fun. My chair is financial compromise. This chair? I don't know. What, because it's a nice looking chair? It's actually not mine, it's my wife's. I didn't buy this chair. Lies of A. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm tired. It's been a long day. Okay. So we're going to raid. Looks premium. Yeah, it's not mine. My in-laws bought it for my wife when she was still my fiance. Let's raid Auroral Games. Thanks, everybody. It was a pleasure. I'll catch you all on Thursday. No stream tomorrow. DM me in Discord if you have like a video that you want me to make, like a specific video idea or something like that. I'd love to make one. I'm just a bit of a creative block at the moment while I think about other stuff. Maybe I'll work on the trailer for the game. We'll see. Alrighty. Thanks, everybody. It was a pleasure, and I'm very grateful for all of your support. I am going to continue to do my very best. Thank you very much. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Till next time.